Can't believe you're here for the start of this. Yeah, let me know if there's any weird audio issues, especially if there's like a kind of like a weird like wavery thing. So I might have to restart the capture, but or if you don't hear anything. Oh yeah, I gotta probably turn interlacing on, de-interlacing on. I'm assuming this game will be interlaced. Usually are. So we'll see once we see some video. God, CD games always make my drive sound like it's gonna explode. Cattle Call. That sounds like an adult game publisher. It doesn't sound like a an RPG publisher. Alright, let's see if this is interlaced or not. Stream. Yeah, it's definitely interlacing. Let's see. De-interlacing, but yet F2X. Alright, that's better. But the Untitled PS2 games, weren't those like negatively received? Message speed, background music, vibration. Let me. Okay, press OK. It vibrates. Animation, summon beast animation. Keep normal, obviously. All right, let me turn off the lights so I can actually. I get blinded by my own lights. Alright, set the timer. Timers are going. Nice calm music for the title screen. That's supposed to be yes, I am. In-game cinematics. Didn't have the budget for FMVs. It's a big-ass book. My lord. Could have at least put different colors for like their names and the dialogue so you can, you know... Like, I'm assuming my name is not Head Monk Rui. Wait, am I having an out-of-body experience? How? How's this possible? Only in the ancient scriptures have I read about separation of body and soul. Hey, Tex. Yep, just started. I never thought I would be witness to it. Forgive me, but to see an astral body with my own eyes, it's something that people only dream of. But still, why have the heavens chosen to suffer this fate? Yep, it's coming. It's coming soon. Can you please tell me the chain of events that have led to this? It's a flashback sequence now. Like, all right, let's go back to the beginning before we somehow have an out-of-body experience. Yeah, I don't have an estimate thing. Whatever the estimates are, double it. The gene from God Hand? Maybe? I don't know. Some calming water. I see it. Sacred Island? Yes. You see, those are 3 towers of the Sacred Island. So, the Treasure Orb is supposed to be there. Yeah, most likely. It's almost sunset. That beautiful skybox. Alright, we're going for nightfall. Yes, sir. about time to get ready. Reese? Alright. There'll be a peanut butter cup. Not quite, but close enough. Reese the Raven, was it? But still, I can't believe a Raven like he was hired for this job. It looks like Lord Cole doesn't trust us. Are you really that good? Hey, are you listening? Whatever. Whatever. Seems a very precarious spot to be standing on. Somebody really trusts this boat to be like rock solid. It's very spoopy sounding. Vibrations. Forgot vibrations are the thing, because you never, even though PS1 games supported it, not many games used it. I'm not going to rely on someone I know nothing of. Or Cole may have ordered it, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. Just stay out of my way, understand? Pay no mind, he's just jealous of you. It bothers him that Lord Cole hired a raven to help us look for the treasure orb. He thinks he could have done it by himself. Don't worry about it. Yeah, the music is very, like, soothing, isn't it? But let me warn you. You might be good at what you do, but don't think you'll leave this place unscathed. Be sure you equip your weapons and armor. What, aren't I equipped with them already? I mean, I'm clearly wearing some armor and weapons. It looks darker on the capture than it does on my TV. Wait a second here. Yeah, it's definitely darker. Let's put a little bit of gamma in there. Not that much. That's probably closer to what I see. There. A little bit more gamer for you guys. Because this game already looks dark enough as it is, so... It's an old command scroll. Read it. Order thee to retrieve the legendary treasure orb and bring it to me. Whoever brings it to me shall receive a reward of 2,000 gold and 30 plots of flat land. I mean, considering we get 30 plots of land means 2,000 gold must be a lot of money. It does have a very spoopy soundtrack so far. Lord of Walanda, Cole M. Walanda III. What do we got here? Items. Medicine, special medicine. Holy water. Staliometer skill, small fire damage from one enemy. Equipped. See attack, defense. Quick description. Amulets. Raum Lug. An amulet with a demon sealed inside. Looks like... Yeah, looks like one of those, what they call them? Tangrams or whatever. So I'm assuming red means we could put it in there. And you think it'd be the reverse. You think red would be like, no, you can't go there, and you know, gray is like you can insert it. It seems to be the reverse. So what does this do, this rune? And cure, assuming does something. It's a spell, I guess. Can I scroll to it? No. Okay, thanks to the GG Geiger. 2971. Probably answer this in the number log. I thought it'd be getting that specific. Status. Level 1. Strength 12. 20 agility. 72 attack. There's a little blue bar there beside it. Quest. Oh, we got a quest log. Start the ordeal. Why have your body and soul split? Recollect your memory. Look for the treasure orb as requested by Lord Cole. We're solving it right now. Same options as before, yeah. Alright. Guess there's no camera controls. Ah. It's one of those annoying... This is not tank controls, so there is that, even though it's like got this sudden, you know, camera shifts. Got one medicine. Is there a first-person camera? No. Select start. No. Only buttons that do anything are the right analog stick does nothing. The D-pad works the same as your analog stick. Shoulder buttons do nothing, at least not yet. Maybe they'll do something eventually. Triangles open the menu. Circle to cancel, which does nothing normally. X button does nothing except for opening up that chest. So the only button that does anything in this screen is the start menu, or the triangle button. Nothing else does anything. Now loading. Medicine. Save point, I'm guessing. Five hours later, I guess I'm just creating a save slot on the memory card. He's already dead. There's something written on the wall. Will you read it? No. Ironic, come all this way just to die here. Whoever finds this, if you want to live, go no further. It's a lot of writing to do when you're about to die. It's like danger. That's all I'd be able to spell if I'm dying. It's a 2001 JRPG. Yep. The voices, yeah, of course. I mean, this fits on a CD, so it's one of those blue PlayStation discs, which is a CD. So probably no FMVs, and there's nothing in the intro for FMVs. No voice acting, so I mean, hell, Dragon Warrior 7 fit on 2 discs, and that was definitely a single disc game. Alright, someone's gonna have to clean that up. Let's hope it was his blood. I mean, that looked pretty dark, so it must have been there for a while, or there's something else he used. How gruesome. It looks like he was part of the group that was sent before us. It's that way. This does not bode well. This doesn't look like the work of normal humans or animals. How the hell were you able to see that? Sacred Island is said to have been inhabited by vicious creatures. I didn't believe in the stories until now. We must be careful, lest we suffer the same fate. Let's go. This music makes it sound like something's like just about to pop up behind you. A mangled corpse. Things written on the ground. I saw the tower, but like a coward, I returned here. I don't want to stand silent any longer. Oh, my dear Lilia, how I long to see thee one last time. Why the hell would you write that on the ground? Legend Dragoons with updated models, yeah. It's it's got a nice smooth frame rate. It's probably running at 60 fields per second or something. Nice smooth 60 fields per second. What the hell? It's a big ass frog. Those guys get past it. Let's see how combat is. That looks like standard JRPG combat. What kind of weird ass name is that? Bodianoi? Who named this thing? I mean, we're the first one who encountered this thing. We should call it like Big Frog. Or if there's any sort of like press the button before you get hit kind of thing. Yeah, it seems to be. I pressed the button right the last second there and I blocked. I'm not sure if that was coincidence. Ah, okay. Slavic mythology. Makes sense. Experience points, next level, salamander scale, performance. What the hell that means. Yeah, it's one of those games that probably not many people have played because, I mean, it's a weird name, right? Tsugunai Atonement. I mean, just looking at the name, what the hell would you even think this game is, or the cover? It would look like a horror game, if anything. It wouldn't look like an RPG. And hell, there's a lot of horror games on the PS2, so... Yeah, it's like every mythology uses, like, you know, classic, you know, English dragons and, of course, Japanese mythology, but Norse? Yeah, nobody does Norse. Let's do Norse. Frog thing is definitely not a normal human. I don't know. It's just a really bloated one. Heard the roar and came to see if you were all right. It seems like you didn't need our help. You're good, but do you know how to guard? Guard? Well, I did guard by accident. Kind of figured as I was like, I pressed the button right before it hit me. It's like, oh, locked. Surely you jest. If you can read an enemy's attack and guard at the right time, you'll take less damage. There are 4 different types of guarding. 4. Yeah, the one I used was normal guard. A strage guard? What was a strage guard? Counter guard, backstep, jeez. So counter guard I'm assuming will counterattack. Backstep I'm assuming you can dodge the attack and not take any damage. Oh yeah, Witcher I imagine. Not sure what strage does though. Tell me more. Which guard? Normal guard is the most basic method of defense. If you can't pull off a normal guard, you're good as dead. It's best to use this guard when fighting new enemies. They use their attacks. By guarding an enemy's attacks with a strage guard, you build up your fighting spirit's strage points. You can call it SP guard for short. You build your SP to the max, you can pull off a move that surpasses your limit. So basically builds up limit break. Gotcha. Call that move the strage attack. I don't care what you call it, but what do I call it? I'll call it a limit break, thank you very much. Counter guard combines offense and defense. If you can read an enemy's attack, it's possible to counterattack. It is a high-risk, high-return attack. In order to master this guard, you must have some skill, but you should handle it easily. Backstepping is just as it implies, dodging the enemy attack by backstepping. Looks like RuneScape. I mean, this is 2001, so some enemies have attacks that render guards useless. Backstep is useful against those enemies that blow fire and the like, but I don't like it that much. When you backstep, you lose your fighting spirit stage points. Okay, so dodge the attack, but you lose some limit break power. You don't have any strange points, you won't be able to backstep. Alright, stripping that. Qualifications of a warrior. You know what makes a good warrior? Brave soul, sword technique. It's how quick you are on your feet. That's right, quickly estimate your enemy's ability, and if necessary, set aside your pride and run. Yeah, I imagine if you miss, then you either take full damage, like normal damage, or maybe even additional damage. But of course, you can counterattack. Normal guard just reduces the damage. Strage guard, I'm assuming Strage guard you take more damage than normal guard, but you build up your limit break thing. Counterattack, maybe it's probably the same thing as Strage attack in terms of damage you take. Then you can counterattack, and of course, the backstep thing you probably take the least amount of damage, but it uses up your SP points. Only those who can do that are in the right to survive on the battlefield. Since you're in danger, you can run. Hold by left plus X button. If you don't want to die, you best remember this. Take direct blows from monsters. You won't last long. Let's go. There's gonna be a lot of these loading screens, isn't there? Entrance to tower. An FMV. That like resolution change there. I guess there's a resolution change. My TV's like, oh wait a second, I gotta change resolutions. Hope this game doesn't do that too often. It doesn't seem to change resolutions when you switch to. I'm assuming there's probably not a lot of FMVs being a CD-based game. Sort of Tiger Man. Two Tiger Men. Bad timing. Really bad timing. Get the timing right. Those are kobolds. Kind of hard to figure out what the timing's gonna be. Like, I don't know if I had to hit it just as they're about to hit me, or... Yeah, the normal guard seems easy. Like, the counter guard was the one I was trying to do there, and didn't seem to really do much. I think he's almost like shying back. So you may need a shield or something to counter guard. Are there shields? No, there's no slot for shields, so Something engraved on the lithograph. The tower that seals the evil. Who releases the darkness from the light shall be the subject of the ordeal of God. Yeah. I saw that. Oh, that's poison, probably. Fancy. I mean, the skybox shouldn't be moving like that. Considering the distance, I should barely move as I walk up the stairs, but whatever. This is Kingdom Hearts 0. Kingdom Hearts copied this game. I can't seem to get a counterattack going. Let's try the Strange Guard. So there's the Strange Guard there. Unseelie Court? What? I'm assuming I have to press the button when I hit max. So I don't know about the timing on counterattack. You have to like time it so there we go. So I probably have to time it so they hit my wrist, so I have to do it a little bit earlier than normal. Tactical bonus, level up. Just need friendship. Power of friendship can unite everything. Red magic stone. Cardinal stone used in making runes. Okay. Yeah, talking about runes. Let me pull up the manual about the runes. I'm curious what this whole cure thing was. I mean, there's no magic right now. Unless maybe I need to get to a point where I can use magic. So I'm not sure what that cure thing on that amulet actually does. No problem trying to read these manuals, and it's hard to do it in the dark. I mean, I scan these for a reason, so... Manual. Manual, please. Thank you. Regibot had to think about that one. It's one of these annoying ones that I split the pages up. Why did I do that? This is Kingdom Hearts. Control find. Rune. That's the reason I OCR these two. Recognition rune, see page 28. Magic rune amulet. You can make runes from magic stones found in the field of battle, embedded runes and amulets in order to magic summon beasts. These stones are stones where mystical power is hidden inside. Because their power inside is not that great, they cannot accept the magic powers in their own. Magic stones come in the following types. Runes are made from magic stones. They're source of all magic. You can make runes at the rune shop. Okay. The more magic stones it takes to make a rune, the more powerful it is. Some rune types include Cure, recover a small amount of HP. Yeah, return maybe? There's a unique... Each amulet has a unique groove, you can embed runes in there. When you embed a rune to an amulet, and rune's powers are unleashed, you can cast it as magic. So if you fill the amulets completely with runes, a sealed guardian will revive. So summon something. We can summon beasts. Okay, so you get some sort of summons. Yeah, whatever. I'm sure the game will introduce us to runes in-game at some point. Someone took a bite out of it. It was tasty. I was hungry. There's an equipped option, isn't there? Oh, there we go. We had to equip it, I guess. Now I can probably have a cure spell. Yeah, there we go. That's what it was. Recover a small amount of HP. Perfect. Golden Sun is done. We're now back to the PS2. PlayStation 2. With an unknown game that nobody's ever heard of. Seems to be hard to counterattack these guys. Use more Strage. No wifey for e-text. You've heard the soundtrack, that's it. That's pretty much it, right? Ah. Okay, no, I might have missed it there. I think it goes up really fast, so. Monster. 20 found, 24 gold. Or if they get preemptive strikes if they attack us from behind. I should have tested that just for the hell of it. Yeah, these ones I can counterattack. Might depend on the enemy type. Yeah, counterattack seems to be easy with these guys, but on the tigers I tried it over and over and it didn't work, so... Yeah, not surprising, right? They're bored from, like, you know, Final Fantasy. The totally not limit breaks. Can we sneak by enemies, I wonder? Be very quiet. We're hunting tigers. You're having a problem reaching me or enemy? Yeah, you're doing a little bit of a little dance step there. I see too. Get jiggy with it. Alright, hit me in the back. He seems to be rather stuck. That's pretty funny. Let's get stuck on the geometry. So let's see if this gets us if they get a preemptive strike or something. If it loads. Did I crash the game? The disc isn't spinning, so it's not trying to read. Huh. Well, it's gonna be a really reliable game if it crashes. Jesus. It's like you can save anywhere either. Huh. Yeah, you can heal. You can definitely heal. Hmm. I mean, it could be my disc, too. Let me double check my disc. It's a great start to the game, right? I'm kind of worried about the disc. I mean, looking at it underneath, it does have like, I mean, it has like almost like splotchy texture kind of thing, like almost like disc rot. So maybe the disc could be going bad on this one. It doesn't seem like it's dirty. Just, I mean, it started up fine, so who knows? Could be starting to go. May have some issues reading. If all else fails, I got ways of playing backup discs. I just have to download a ROM of this first, though. So I can just burn like a backup. I mean, I've played other CD-based games before, so let's see if we just like pop it back in, see if it'll like load, or if I have to reset the game. Nope. Reboot. It's a great start to the game. Especially a game that has like save points. So, and this last save point is pretty far away. So, well, no, I've got ways of playing backups, but I mean, I'm gonna make myself a backup after the stream, just in case. Even if it works, it seems to work fine for the rest of the stream, because you know. I wonder if I have a backup. I seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt I ever like made a backup of this game back in the day, because I never would have heard of this game. It seems to load fine too. Like usually, if there'd be issues, it would have issues loading. So we'll see. I think it boots up okay. At least you know. This is a game that's probably not terribly expensive if I need to get a replacement copy of a game, because you know. Soon guy told me like, what's this thing go for? Like $5, if that. Yeah, 2030. Yeah, for a PS2 game, that's cheap. But we'll see. We'll see first of all if it crashes in the same spot. I mean, I did try to get a back attack there. Let me try getting a back attack from an earlier monster. Yeah, I'd only need a disc. The only thing I'm worried about is The disc-only versions tend to be in worse shape. They jumped up, yeah. Because I started playing it, that's why. God damn it. Why did I have to raise the eBay price? Because I can't see this one being that expensive again. It's the LAN effect. Every time I play a game, or I'm about to play a game, everybody's like, oh man, we gotta get this. Let's see what the average, because I mean that's what it's selling for. It doesn't mean that, you know, that's what people are buying it for. Let's see what the latest sold ones are go for. Yeah, even the sold ones are going for a pretty high price for a complete box. Like $76, $49, 127. Wow, what the hell? I don't remember how much I paid for this, but I'm pretty sure it was nowhere near that a couple of years ago when I picked this up. Wow, jeez. So let's hope that let's hope that was just a one fluke thing. Yeah, the used market, it's starting to settle down a little bit, but it's still, yeah, still very expensive. Do my controller twitch. Can I skip dialogue? No. Or would I hold down the button? Nope. This is a, it's not like a voiced cutscene that you can't skip. It seems like the bigger enemies I can't counterattack. Seems like just the smaller stuff. I'm gonna go save after this. I'm like mashing the buttons to try to get through this dialogue. I don't want to talk to him. I heard all this. It's a lot faster the second time once it created the save point or whatever. Yeah, I don't look at Amazon for pricing. For Amazon retro game pricing is always stupidly insane. Maybe I should have gone and saved after this cutscene. Can we skip the cutscene at least? No, not even. It seems like it goes into the cutscene without any resolution switches, but then when it gets out of the cutscene, it switches resolution for a split second. Because my TV and yeah, the capture card has like a hiccup. No, the capture card seems fine. Just my TV. My TV just like notices a resolution change and it just drops for a second. But the capture seemed to be okay. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, nice. Can't wait for that one. Alright, Preemptive Strike. Let's see if the Preemptive Strike did it. Okay, so... I don't know if they get... No, I mean, they did attack first, but that might have been just... I'm thinking if you get a back attack, that's just what happens. You get a Preemptive Strike. Miss. I wonder what the timing is for that back step. Wow. So if you're only max, you basically do no extra damage. So you have to like time it really well to get to that max. All I know about Islandar is it's meh. It's one of those games that's probably just blah. That's all I know about it. I don't know if it's any like why it's blah, but hey, John, how's it going? Antidote. Wait, did I equip my... Yeah, let's re-equip that amulet. So I can cast heal. Tsugunai, yep. The one, the only. Often imitated, but never duplicated. Always scary when I get into battle. Like, is it gonna crash? If it's gonna crash at all, it's gonna be in the same spot where. Oops. Same spot where we crashed last time. It's most likely where we're gonna crash. That's my timing on that one. I don't think any have. I don't know, it seems like a pretty standard, relatively linear so far. I mean, obviously it's just started. Maybe they'll have some sort of open... Seems to be more of a tutorial level. Maybe more open, but it feels like it'd be a relatively linear, just from the style so far, JRPG. On the cover? Well, there's, what's her name? It looks like your ghost. I mean, the whole introduction thing had us, like, we're having an out-of-body experience, and it's like, well, let's find out why. So, yeah, apparently our body's outside of our corpse right now. Of our body. Or our spirit is outside of our body. It's gonna be hard getting the timing just right on that Strage attack. Except the first 2 times I did it before resetting, I got it perfectly. Ow. That's rude. Okay, what's the lady's name? It almost feels like we're either creeping on her, or we're going to take over her body or something like that. But yeah, we do possess. Yeah, there you go. On page 8, we do possess characters. In order to possess someone, their heart needs to have sadness within. So it looks like we're going to be possessing her. So we're literally going to possess her. What's her name? Is Priscilla. So we're going to be possessing Priscilla. So that's going to get creepy. I haven't really gone through the manual. So he's doing this so he can look at himself naked. No, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. And she's conveniently, 18 years old. Well, she looks like she's 16. I'm sure she's 16 in the Japanese version. Obviously, that won't be until we get that out-of-body experience once we get back to that spot. Where our body gets separated from her... Crystal gets separated from her body. Oh, I missed. Pretty good damage to that counterattack. We do more damage to the counterattack than we do with our regular attack. And it seems like we get more experience too for doing the counterattack. Alright, here we go. This is where we crashed last time, so let's see if we... Please don't crash. Very good. This might have been a fluke. This angle is hard to get the attacks right. It's a bad angle for the guards. Am I like 1 pixel away from getting my Strage attack or something? It's really hard to guard when you're directly behind your character. I won't waste my Strage on this guy. Missed, really? Out of mana. We get mana back. There's those items, I guess. There are 3 towers engraved on the pedestal. The middle one is hollowed out. It seems you can place something in there. It's a good thing they didn't offer us to put something in there. Because I don't have anything in my inventory. Ham sandwich. Tower of Iryu. Nope, god damn it. As soon as you go the wrong way, it's like bam. This is a save point somewhere. Again, why did they put us behind the frickin' camera? I have a camera right behind us. It's super annoying. box I didn't get right. Guess we'll go up the tower. Let's see if things respawn too if we go backwards. Looks like with backflip attack I can counterattack it, but not the regular slash attack. Get it? Oh, I can. That means just a lot more accurate with it. Okay, stuff doesn't respawn. Could be a good thing and could be a bad thing. I mean, assuming the game is designed for, you know, not needing to grind. Beautiful statue of a nymph. The words "Nymph of the Heavens" are engraved on it. There's no tiara in a pedestal. Take the tiara? Sure. I can feel pretty now. The words engraved on the pedestal where the oak tiara was. You read them? Why does it keep asking? Wouldn't it be easier just to tell me what the words were before, instead of asking me if I want to read them? The nymph, to the nymph of the earth, white. Words are faded. You can't read the rest. I mean, that just the one-line dialogue would have been faster to tell me than asking me if I wanted to read it. Look up the tiara. What? I can't wear it? I'm disappointed. Assuming it's just going to bring up a prompt if I have the right item. Oh yeah, it's definitely a key item. But sometimes you just need to feel pretty. Get wrecked. You can see those ones behind me. Missed. It's weird that counterattacks do more damage than regular attacks, though. Metal Gear Solid 3? Well, this game came out way before Metal Gear Solid 3, so... Metal Gear Solid 3 stole. Well, the thing is, this game is a CD-based game, the CD PS2 game, which means, you know, load times are definitely longer because you got to spin up a disc. I can hear it like, you know, reading every time. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of long load times, I imagine. Guess I can't get this one to attack. Hello over there. You sure you don't want to fight us? Oh, there you go. He's coming. He's coming. Must get all the experience. Pretty much. PS2 drive is not quiet. Plays CDs. It's like if I put my mic near to it, you can probably hear it if I can even reach that far. My headset. Let's see. And of course, we got a cutscene. Reese. There you are. Did you find the treasure orb yet? There's nothing of any use inside the treasure chest here. What? You guys took the treasure? It's my treasure chest. This rune is just a rock without an amulet. Amulets are very valuable items, but I have no use for them. You can have this. Get the rune flame. I don't have any mana to cast flame, but sure. I shall continue my search elsewhere. Oh yeah, the GD-ROM is definitely... that thing is like really bad. I mean, DVDs on PS2 are fine, but yeah. CDs, especially when they load up first time, it's like it sounds like it's about to take off. It's like, holy shit. Luckily, there's not a lot of CD-based games on the PS2. I gotta spend 12 mana to cast Small Fire. Is there even a pause? I just realized that start doesn't pause the game. There's no pause. I mean, other than opening up the menu. Small lithograph. Take it? Sure. Well, how that knight didn't mention there's this lithograph thing. Eye drop. I guess we can get pick up with darkness. At least that knight was nice enough to find an eye drop in there. I was like, what the hell is this shit? And dump it back. Okay. Here, let's put the microphone next to the CD. You'll hear how much this thing grinds. See what I mean? I think sounds like it's about to like... sounds like it's scratching the disc almost. Does this with CDs, it just... sounds extra scratchy. I'll have to like lubricate my PS2 drive at some point just to like. I mean, that thing. I haven't done any sort of PM on that thing in ever. So, considering I got a lot of PS2 games to get through, probably a good idea to do a little bit of greasing of the gears or whatever. The worm gear. I'm still not sure what the performance thing is. Like 3 things. Let me look that up in the manual. Like obviously the red I think is counterattack, but why did I get like 3 things? All I did is counterattack the first one. Okay, there it is. So counterattack, critical. Okay, I got a critical, I guess. First. Okay. So the blue one means the first enemy defeated. So you get 20% bonus, I guess. Counterattack, you get 50% bonus. Poison. Being enemy poison, you get 50%. So yeah, killing with the counterattack definitely gives you the best experience boost. Magic, summon, strage attack, do 30% extra. Tactical bonus. The first one is that one there is a quick breaker, so you win the battle in fewer turns than the number of enemies. There's a survivor one, you get plus 20% if you finish the battle with less than 1/10 of your life, which, you know, I'll be doing on purpose. Oh yeah, well the GameCube would definitely have faster load times for a couple of reasons. Number one, DVD drive. Number two, small discs. That helps a lot. You don't have to read data on the outer edges of a disc like you would with PS1 game or PS2 games. They're used to eventually make amulet stones. We need to find a rune shop or something. So we get these like stones that we can throw in our amulet, and it gives us spells. So I'm not sure if it's considered like a currency of some kind. I'm assuming they're basically currency. To buy those rune stones or to convert into rune stones. Yeah, it seems like once you get the timing down, it's not bad. I mean, the enemies do have multiple different types of attacks, I've noticed. So you might, if you're expecting one attack and they do a different one, it might throw you off, but other than that... Put something in. Let's put the Octiera in. It didn't fit. Obviously not, because it didn't give us the option until we got the lithograph. Where's the super secret 5th option? Looks just like it. You set the small lithograph. Guess we're gonna go in that way, or that way. There's only one way to go. That way is down. And they really don't give you a lot of save points in this. The save points are pretty far apart, which is scary because of that crash. I mean, if we get crashes at all, and we can't save in a while, that's gonna suck. So let's hope that was just a one-time thing. It's like a freak kind of a freak occurrence, and we'll never see it again. Start getting the timing down on these ones. It's gonna be hard getting the timing down on those strage attacks. This is weird. The first time I did it, I did like the first 2 times I did perfectly. No, I just can't seem to do it anymore. It's nice to be mad, yeah. for help. I think we're okay. It's like a boss down at the bottom, though. We use a save before him. Tons of medicine, so they're definitely giving us a lot of medicine. I wonder how much small has a small amount of HP. Well, we got at least one more tiger dude on the way down, so. Hey BDR, how's it going? Welcome to Tsugunai Atonement. I got the timing down for those. Like, where did he get 2 attacks? What the hell was that? I guess the next turn started and he got a preemptive strike thing going on. Drink 52 days? Yeah, sometimes you need to, right? Character portraits. Just look at his glorious hair. Apparently we can possess characters in this, but you know the game started off with like, oh yeah, apparently we're having an out-of-body experience. This is how it happened. I figured maybe that was like the entirety of the game, like, oh, we're gonna figure out how we got an out-of-body experience, but it's clear that that's just the start. It's probably this tutorial level, and then sort of. Now, damn it. That's a scary ass monkey man thing. A great poison. It's gonna be hard getting the timing down this guy. Let's see how much damage poison does. It's scary that there was no save point for this too. 64 damage. Okay, yeah, we definitely need to get rid of poison. We only have 1 antidote though. Damage from that poison is crazy. Oh, then brave. Okay, got him. Yeah. The joys. That's good. Take some extra time off. Recoup it. Okay, so it doesn't look like poison carries over after battle, which is good. That's nasty poison. I'm playing some Dragon Warrior 7. Nice. How far in are you? I'm assuming you're playing the 3DS version. Wait, that was the boss? That was a regular enemy? Ugh. Yeah, I'd like to get a save point there. What the hell? How uncommon are the save points in this game? Beautiful statue of a nymph. Some fun statue has words engraved on it. Your pieces is signed close with the light. No, let's not place an item there. But there we go. Save point. Yeah, I mean, the game is all about. It seems like the entirety of the game is based on this whole guarding system thing. So if you don't guard correctly, you're gonna take a lot of damage. It's all about getting the guard down perfectly. Some strange guards in here. That's where you kind of have to like. You kind of have to fight an enemy a few times to get used to their the routine. I really don't like this back camera though. The back camera seems to be the worst one. Because it's really hard to judge, you know, because you're behind the enemy. Yeah, way too few save points. Take a lot of freaking damage here. Alright, counterattacking. I don't think I can counterattack that guy easily. It's gonna be hard getting that strange combination correctly. Yeah, the poison is definitely the worst part. You definitely don't want to get poisoned. It really kinda hurts. You hate the DS, PS1 all the way, physical copy. Never played it for about 7 or 8 years. Yeah, like for me, that's why I rarely play the DS or 3DS or whatever. I mean, on the go maybe, but at home, yeah, no. Yeah, this is Parasite Eve. I mean, the music is fine in this game. The combat, I mean, it's too early to really say. And obviously, like, just the general gameplay. Or just in kind of the tutorial level. A Cortana blade. Great fun Cortana. $126. Or the weapons look different. Hard to tell. I don't know what the other weapon looked like. Let's go dump that the TR over. He's kind of gathered at some point, yeah. I've had that happen where it's like, I told you, didn't realize I had a copy of a game. It's like my Xenogears. I picked up Xenogears apparently like way back in the day, with my PS2. I mean, I guess I must have picked it up at EB Games that was clearing out PS1 games and got it then, but I totally forgot I had it until, you know, I started collecting for the PS1, like, oh shit, I have Xenogears. I remember trying it out and it's like, oh, this is a downgrade from PS2 games. I'm not gonna play this. So I never gave it a chance, which is too bad because that game was great, well, I guess until the end. This FTR on the altar. Look at that beautiful water. Yeah, Shadow Hearts is a fun game. I remember beating that game, although I don't remember much about it. I remember the whole like judgment ring system. Let's see how good I do at that. I don't think I trust walking on this bridge. This looks dangerous. Here's a bridge of light. Trust in the light. No, thank you. Last Crusade, yeah. Say it again. Trust the magic, nothing can go wrong. I'm gonna put a foot out to test it. Let's just like walk on it as if we know it's solid. Our character is very trusting. Could have been a laser bridge. Maybe our foot would have just vaporized as soon as we walked onto it. He who attempts to release the darkness. Some really bright god rays there. Be gone from this sacred ground. Else thou shalt bestow calamity upon thyself. Gotta show off the PS2 god rays. Mystical orb. It is emitting beautiful rays of light. I'm sure it's totally not going to give us an out-of-body experience. He who attempts to release the darkness. Dost thou dare disregard my admission? He who fears not the ordeal of God, curse thy own impudence. Jeez. Well, there's the final boss. We're fighting Satan, alright. Ow! Dude. Balrog. Thou shalt not pass! Man, that's a big difference between, like, guarding and not guarding. Alright, don't try to counterattack Balrog. You want to use a regular attack against, or regular guard against this guy, because anything else does massive damage. I think he seems to be using one attack so far. Got it. Some pretty good damage there. Alright, this is the one where you want to use the backstep, I think. God, the Strange Guard does not reduce the damage by much. If only we aimed our sword a little higher. That's a weak-ass Balrog. Gandalf wasn't hot shit if he had a hard time defeating that thing. Or more powerful than Ganon, apparently. Or Ganon. Gandalf. I just call him Ganon. More powerful than Gandalf. Gandalf didn't defeat... Did he defeat the Balrog? I know he, like, sent it down to the bottom. I don't remember if he actually beat it. No, I think he did. Yeah. He, like, fell down and he just, like, blew it up or whatever. Is it broke his ass bridge? Yeah, that's true. I mean, he was trying to, like, guard those hobbits, so, you know. There was that. Yeah, I mean, he died and revived as Gandalf the White. That's true. We didn't even die. We didn't become Reese the White. It's disappointing. You alright? Did something happen? That's the... Could it be the Treasure Orb? My final boss in this game. Yeah, we just defeated the final boss, right? That was a quick game. GG. No, it can't be. Lord Cole said the Treasure Orb emits black light. How does that work? I thought that Lord Cole would lie. Is it like a purple UV orb? Let's discuss this later. First priority is to get out of here. Gandalf is actually demigod. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anything's ever going to beat that game. Kind of hard to beat like a really early, you know, Intellivision game. But the Treasure Orb is somewhere in this tower. I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here. See, at least these guys don't have like a million like hour conversation when something's about to get destroyed. They're like, I'm out of here. Cheese it. Treasure Orb may still be in this tower. Let me just saunter along slowly. It may be over here. Maybe it's over here. No, it could be over here. Maybe it'll be right here. Yeah, I mean, definitely like decent looking character models. I mean, so far there's nothing terrible about the game. There's nothing that's like, oh man, this sucks, you know? So, it's definitely not bad for 2001. Grease. This isn't any ordinary earthquake. Now hurry. I don't know if I trust the magical light bridge. Come on, let's go. Oh, he's dead. Come on, this bridge doesn't look like it'll hold out much longer. Ah! R.I.P. Damn. Couldn't be helped. Let's move. We don't want to end up like him. I'm sure the water broke his fall. As in, like, he broke every single bone of his body. And then died. Just falling apart. It doesn't turn to a solid, it just, you know, acts like a solid. It doesn't compress very well. I see. Apparently we have like a mechanical arm. Or is that a gauntlet? Are we a Jedi? After that, you were found floating in the sea by some fishermen and were brought here. So we don't build castles and waterfalls, but it looks so cool in waterfalls. Yeah, ice doesn't compress very well. Or expand for that matter. Still, why have your body and soul split? You have no visible wounds, nor are you dead. I'm surprised they can see my soul. Father Rui, knights from the castle are here. Strange. What do people at the castle want from us? Alright, I'll be there shortly. Please, wait. This is Reese's body. 9 Reese's pieces. Yep, pretty much. There's nothing here. The medical books lined up here. As for cleaning, there's a bucket and mop. The door of this dirty closet is jammed shut. Are we even able to open closets as a spirit? Can we walk through things? How does being a spirit work? It looks like we can phase through it. That seemed very dramatic for just like, hey, let me just go through a door. Yeah. So can these other people see me? The Castle Knights want with us. Doesn't seem like it. Did I really read it? Sure. That apprentice monk is a blunderer beyond redemption. I'm doubting Father Rui's judgment, even if he's just an apprentice. No. The god of darkness is the demon king Valor. According to one theory, there is one goddess Anu. When Anu was deciding whether or not to destroy the humans, her heart split in two. The goddess of light, Danu, and the god of darkness, Valor. Demon king Valor, how scary. Youth ocean view. Your books are lined up nicely. Be a lot of like. Can you walk through people? No. You can walk through doors, but you can't go through people. Yeah, water is weird, which is a good thing if it's weird, because otherwise we wouldn't exist. Life would be probably non-existent if it wasn't for water's weirdness. At least not as we know it. Cannot pass through. What? Apparently it's made of lead. What do the Castle Knights want with us? It is locked. I mean, we're a freaking ghost. I don't think locks matter. Should say something like you can't pass through like that other door, then make more sense. Can't we jump down? I'm pretty sure we don't have to worry about breaking our legs. Yes, we have brought that man here. I'd like to see that man. You can go ahead to meet him, but there's something wrong? Not really. Other than the fact that his, soul has been split from his body. This is irritating. We're going in. Oh, wait. Excuse me. My oh my. Seems that they're here to take the Treasure Orb. The Treasure Orb is the object that Lord Cole asked you to find, correct? I passed you. What? Really? I'm blocked by a friggin' like metal grate? Which I could probably pass through if I was actually a human. But no, you're a ghost. You can't pass through this metal grate. Because plot reasons. Well, he did some things that he doesn't want to speak about before he became a monk. You need the chills. Did I catch a cold? It doesn't like any of these other monks can see me. Just the head monk for some reason. How shrewd. The monastery is off limits to outsiders. Please leave. Leave as soon as we're done. Can't let you through. Please go back. Hurry up and get it out of the way. What's this feeling? Did gnome? Did the head monk literally tell this guy he can go through, and now this guy's like, nah. Toss the salad. I'm taking this treasure orb back to the castle. I have no problem with that, right? I can't get used to this place. The castle is always like that. To them, power is everything. That was an unexpected disturbance. But first, we must find out why your body and soul have split. Please, follow me to my room. I don't like where this is going. What? This isn't Golden Sun? Crap, did I put the wrong cartridge in the Game Boy? How's it going, Captain? It does indeed require tossed salad. Especially when it's like you get a to be continued, you know, cliffhanger ending. It's the most bullshit thing in video games. Especially in a video game. I mean, it's one thing getting that in a movie, but getting that in a video game? Yeah, that's got to be the worst insult to people playing that back in the day. Get to the end, it's like, to be continued. We'll give you just part of the game. There's zero indications that it's actually, you know, part one of a two-part game. You don't get the other game until a year and a half later. Watching GTQ all week. Any cool games come up other than Golden Sun? It seems that you have no need for doors. Can you pass through walls as well? Please, try on this wall. Press the X button while facing the wall. What is this X button you speak of, crazy monk? How come you can pass through a door, but not pass through the wall? Interesting. Please follow me. There's a weird pan there. Weird zoom in. Perhaps you can not pass through this door either. Please try it. I know I can't, because I tried it before. Just as I thought. Little Simpson. Isn't that one like the physical card of that game goes for like massive dollars? PS7 is beaten in 2 hours. Wow. A blindfolded Super Mario 64 80%? Jeez. Yeah, imagine blindfolded Super Mario 64 must be tough as shit. You're a dead man's soul. You'll be able to pass through the steel and stone as well as wood. You, however, can only pass through wood, not stone or steel. Perhaps it has something to do with you being a ghost despite being alive. Father Rui, who are you talking to? Yep, that confirms it. Only he can see us. Just myself. I see. Man, Father Rui is crazy. Gotta tell the rest of the monks. I missed it. No humans cannot see you. I can because of my strong powers. At least the blindfolded Super Mario 64, that's definitely one of the ones that's better to do at home in your own environment compared to doing that, like, you know, live. Like, well, in live as in doing that in an actual room with other people, because you can miss an audio cue if, you know, somebody coughs or something. You know what I mean? Sorry about that, guys. Just have to talk to somebody. I'm back. Diablo 3 co-op. They broke the world record by a lot. Oh yeah, that's always fun when you break the world record at the GDQ. Like the cover Muffins left. It totally did. It's a lot of monks. Cannot find out what's inside that barrel, but I mean, can't we stick our head in it? It's made of wood. But I guess whatever's inside of it, we won't be able to pass through that stuff. It's filled to the brim. Monk is whispering as he reads. In order to use magic, you must equip an amulet. Oh yeah. Man in the room of healing has been sleeping for 3 days straight. Is there a chance that he'll survive? This guy's just moonwalking. What have we here? Cure is a healing type and Flame is a fire attack type. Really? I thought Flame was an ice type. Good thing these guys are here to explain these things. Man in a blue monk's robe is doing research. I see. Fairies prefer places where people don't go. You can also disappear at will, so it's hard to spot them. Guess we gotta find fairies. Yeah. I mean, it's usually for the best. I mean, of course, people are gonna have personal quirks. I mean, people are people. We're all different. But, yeah. Often not nice to point that out. The apprentice monk has a couple of screws loose. He was fixing the wall, but can you really call that fixed? Let the world forever be in peace. Yeah, 2 Sonic World Game World. It's pretty crazy. You get world records beaten GDQ, especially with the stress of like doing that live. I mean, most speedrunners do it live when they're doing it on their channel, but with that big of an audience, that's extra stress. So props to anybody who gets world records at GDQs. Unless it's like an unknown game that, you know, nobody speedruns, but odds are, you know, GDQ is, you know, at least the games are known. There's at least some sort of community. Why can't I get past? So where am I supposed to take these plates? A bunch of buckets. Yeah, for an early PS2 game, I mean, this game definitely, like, it runs nice and smoothly. It, you know, graphically it doesn't look too bad for a PS2 game. The animations are nice and smooth. He's trying to reach them. I don't know what the hell he's trying to do. He's trying to reach those top plates by swinging at them. I don't know. Just can't reach. What if he sees me sneaking snacks? Is he sneaky snack sneaker? Oh yeah. I mean, GDQ is obviously the bigger one. That's why, you know, it's evolved over the years, and there's a lot of sponsors and stuff. So that's probably the biggest reason. I mean, obviously ESA has some sponsors as well, but GDQ is like the big one. That's where you get these big corporate sponsors, and yeah, you know, whenever you get sponsors like that, you tend to want to try to you know, it gets more political, let's just say. Which is unfortunate, but I mean, it's kind of the way it has to be when it comes to sponsors. You don't want to scare away the sponsors. Putting a meal is tough. I mean, in the end, it goes to a good cause, goes to charity, so, you know, it's like, whatever. You gotta put up with it. It's for the charity. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, in terms of language and stuff like that, I mean, that's definitely gotta make it as PG as possible. I mean, you can run violent video games and stuff, but those are definitely run more in like the late, like the evening overnight or whatever. Call it run boring. This doesn't look right. Yeah, makes sense. This workmanship. You'll yell at me again. Core, how's it going? Welcome to the PS2 again. What were you playing today? What awesomeness were you playing? Power Rangers Super... Oh yeah, it's Friday, isn't it? Power Rangers Super Legends 15th anniversary. I'm sure it was an amazing game. Hey Zerodine, welcome back. Find Pokemon boring? Also do I. Hey Noodle. Yeah, I mean the couch dynamic definitely helps a lot. I mean, obviously when, you know, the couch is a thing. I mean, I guess there's virtual couches now. Some couches can get very cringy. Other ones can get, you know, they have like good interplay, that kind of stuff. But fix it up a little more. Oh, I can't pick up the radishes. Or the Did someone just talk to me? Was it me or the wind, perhaps? It was dull. I know, that was my first complaint. That's the first thing I when I started playing this, like, did they couldn't have used a different color for the speaker? They couldn't have used, you know, different font? Like, all they do is this tab for the second line, you know? Just a different color. That's all they need to do, is just a different color. Wouldn't have been hard to do. They already have different colored text in the dialogue boxes, so it's not like they can't do it. They could easily just added a different color, but nope. Yeah, the combat so far, I mean, before we got separated from our corpse, we had a little bit of fighting, and that's kind of a tutorial stuff. Yeah, there's a standard JRPG kind of turn-based system. The game seems to have a heavy reliance on like a guarding system. There's 4 different types of guarding. Each one's do different things, like they'll boost your limit break thing a little more. You'll take less damage, or you'll avoid an attack, but then you lose some of your limit break thing or your counterattack. And there's different weapons. Which again we don't have any right now because we're like out of a corpse. Apparently there's a possession mechanic that I guess we'll eventually do. Still obviously early in this. You get different amulets which you can set different stones into, which gives you spells. Apparently once you fill one of these, then you can summon. So I guess this summons Realm Log, and this summons Balrog. Which this one seems smaller, so this one will probably be easier to finish than this one, I imagine. Everyone has preferences? What? People have preferences? No. People are people? It's glitchless, yeah. I mean, GDQ runs typically are short. I mean, you're not going to have too many... You might get the rare occurrence of like a fairly long run, but I mean, you're not going to take a 6-hour chunk of time for one game generally, unless it gets a lot of hype. You've heard people now. The page mode's on your head. I'm sorry, Noodle. Hades, I need to check out Hades at some point. Sounds like a good game. Oh, for sure. Sometimes it's fun to see how bad they can break a game. Sometimes it's just like, it's just insane seeing how they can just absolutely destroy a game with glitches. It's like, how did people find this? Find these glitches out? Good thing we can use save points as a ghost. Yeah. As long as the exploits are really quick, but yeah, if it's like a 2-minute setup for a glitch, and you gotta do that like multiple times, like, eh. Overhammers. There's something about the split. There's something about the split in soul and body. Please wait until I find it. No, it couldn't be that thing. It's supposed to look difficult to read. It's written in ancient scripture. A giant painting. There's a pledge wedged in it. Wedged in it. But I can't change the camera. I want to see get a better look at that. I'm sure it's going to zoom in at some point, but the type of chair does not open. Looks more like a bench. Giant painting. There's a plate wedged in it. Can I read the plate? The plate has been, or has the battle between light and darkness written on it. You can just see the whole thing at once. There we go. Purdy. Does that painting please you? See how basically broken? Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? RNG manipulation is a thing. It's kind of interesting when you see how people can just completely manipulate RNG in those earlier games. It's nuts. The swapping random memory things, though, that's more just completely just glitching the game, but RNG manipulation is interesting. $1,271. We'll be there tomorrow. Does that painting please you? It's a painting of the battle between the gods. The goddess of light and darkness. So they say. With no one to read the ancient scriptures, we do not know the whole truth. Anyway, I found out this document. Let me read it to you. Fallout series. The anniversary of JRPG in 2020. Yeah, that's why I hear about it too. I mean, it wasn't released physically in North America. Well, it was with limited run games, but it was only released in Europe physically, not counting limited run games. They knew it was gonna be reviewed poorly here. A man named Ezal stole for the sake of the poor. However, Danu, the goddess of light, did not think that Ezal's deeds were right. And split Ezal's body and soul as punishment. The music is pretty good in this. But Danu knew that Ezal's deeds were not evil, and told Ezal to heal the hearts of the people. to save them from misery. Most of the people's hearts were healed. It was this sign of light. When it ended, Danu allowed Ezal to return to his body. Run one setting, yeah. For RPGs, yeah. Doing a run one setting for like a very long RPG, RPG speedrunners are definitely some of the most dedicated people, I think. Because you can go many hours into a game and then just something doesn't go right, and then you have to restart your run from scratch. But it also means that you're more likely to. It's easier to get a world record because there's such a big time that you can kind of slim down the game versus, let's say, like a short game that's like a 15-minute speed run or something like that. There's a lot more competition in those. Ezal was given the ordeal of God, not to satisfy the poor worldly desires, but to heal the sadness within their hearts. I suspect that you've been assigned the ordeal of God, just like Ezal. Not be so disheartened. If the scripture is true, when you heal the sadness in the hearts of people, you should be able to return to your body. However, I do not know what to do. Wait a minute. The Domovoy. Or she's like, yeah. I mean, I generally don't watch RPG speedruns, because yeah. Well, first of all, I mean, obviously it's a game I haven't never played, and I'm gonna look at it. But even the games I played, it's like, I don't know, I'm not interested in watching a long speedrun of a game. I mean, I generally don't watch speedruns of games unless it's something like GDQ, because, I heard this passed down from head monk to head monk. Supposedly a fairy or a gnome called the Domovoy helps those who undergo the ordeal of God. This dude's got all the hair. They gotta show off their like hair physics in this game. Let's give him a funky beard and a funky mustache. Heard that this is living somewhere in this town. You ask, I'm positive that it'll assist you. Go find the Domovoy. Cooperator. Gotta find the fairy. MC, hi. In order for you to return your body, you must find the gnome Domovoy to help you with the ordeal of God. It's unsolved. It's an unsolved mystery. Yeah, exactly. Looks like difficult to read. Plus, you can't pick them up because you're a ghost. Why do we have our, I just realized, why do we have our sword and our armor in ghost form? Shouldn't we be either, like, naked or, just a floating head or something like that? I guess we see ourselves, we mentally see ourselves with our armor and shields, so that's how we appear, kind of thing. Or, ESRB. Yep. The perfect stream for relaxing and just leaving in the background. The nice chill streams. That's usually what I do most of the time when I watch Twitch. Like doing work on the computer or something like that, just have it, on the phone or just in the background. Let's see. Let's gotta find the Domovoy. Can't go that way. So we close that door. See, this guy was doing something here. Maybe he's fixed whatever he was fixing. Alright, it's done. Yep. Highest level? Oh, probably 99. Hasn't really improved, but oh well. I just need to do this field work and I'm done. Yeah, I mean, there's no real indication since like level 7. It could be like level 1000, but most games level 99 is the maximum, and you never get anywhere near that. Keep me going insane. Yep. Yep. I am the ghost. Then go possess some people. In front of monastery. If I walked on the bridge and just fell right through. Game over. Not intentionally. Things get too quiet. And then the voices come. Some happy music. Somebody's about to die, aren't they? This point lies the Quake Caverns. Really vicious monsters. No one should enter without permission. I'm gonna say this. I should be able to go through this. It looks like wood. Yep. I wonder if we get... Oh. It's in shining wood. Check it. Something buried in the sand, but the ghosts cannot dig. Silly ghosts. It's like some shells or something. I'm here to get the fairy stone, but those monsters are vicious. Should I go or should I stay? What should I do? Okay, apparently he's really, really fat. We can't go beside him. Okay, this is literally wood. You can't pass through it. They say that wood is the only thing we can pass through. It's a freaking log. Well, it's already been kind of explored. Well, at least for metal, we can't pass through stone or metal, but we can pass through wood. And they didn't get us to test trying to pass through people like water. It's like I can walk on water anyways. Yep, see? Water isn't passable. That explains it. That's why we can't go through people. We can't go near water. Yeah. He's a very heavy ghost. His ghost armor and his ghost weapon make him very... very terrestrial. No floating for him. Big ass castle. Like, can we go through doors that have metal bands on them? Can we, like, sneak through the wooden part? Yeah, Mitsuda, yeah. Such calming music. Something inside these wash tubs. Kitty! Can we steal the kitty? Meow! How do we possess people? Guess we'll find out at some point. The game's gonna teach us that. We... Salamander eye. What ghost cannot take items? Alright, I guess exploring as a ghost probably isn't the best thing. I'll find these things and then I'll forget about them. He just teases us with items that we can't pick up. I doubt this is a special. Someone is watching me. And I'm hungry. Is it lunchtime yet? Huh? Why'd they run away all of a sudden? Any pigeons can see us. Or sense us at least. Well, you can change your vote, but yeah, you can only vote once. But let's say you wanted to change it to, like, you know, 5. You can definitely change it, but you... No bad stuffing, yeah. Fancy portraits. Can I zoom in on these, I wonder? Look at these splendid pieces of art. Does anyone want these? I won't give up. There's no first-person camera, so... Made too bad Actolad games for PS2. Nobody likes. No. Star Ocean 4 is kind of dumb. The Star Ocean 3, though, is pretty good. Metal Max Xenos. I mean, like I said, for like a fairly early PS2 game, I mean, this is very competent. It's got a nice, fast, smooth frame rate. It's got some really detailed character models with nice animations. It's got good music. The combat, I mean, it's too early to tell for the combat. But so far, I don't know. It's definitely, for a game I've never heard of, you know, it's not bad. When will the Sanctuary be complete? Let's tell me up front so I can give a clear report to Lord Cole. You're absolutely correct. You meant 3, yeah. We're working as fast as we can. Yep, Shadowheart is coming. The mighty Shadowheart. So we need to find this gremlin thing. Mother, this mission is a dangerous one. This is the only way I can get your necklace back. Please watch over Regina while I'm gone. See, me throw cloth inside, but ghosts will not take items. God damn it! Stop tasing me with items, game! Yeah, the Arclad trilogy. It's gonna be a while before we get to that one, I think. I mean, that's a fairly late release, probably 2002 sometime. I have a bad feeling. No writing on the wooden walls. Innkeeper. There's graffiti on the wooden wall. Looks like you can pass through. I guess I can pass through walls as long as they're wood. Can you make alts for more votes? That is true. I mean, it's not sub only, so you could try to stuff the ballots that way. No to customers. Please not cause any trouble with other customers. Do not follow the rules. You'll be charged a fee. Innkeeper. I mean, subs do get a higher count, or not count, but they get a higher weight. So sub votes are worth more, but why do I have to dress like this? Damn it, Student Mason. I was getting angry with me. I mean, so the animations are pretty good for early PS2. If I start, I won't be able to stop. Oh yeah, Baldur's Gate. Can't wait. Getting tired from all the drinks here. When the man of this place was alive, I got to try all sorts of new drinks. I'm actually surprised how much this game goes for now. I don't remember how much I paid for it, like, years ago, but definitely isn't the price it goes for now. I hear a whisper in my ear. Could it be a fairy? The changes to the pub's menu don't help. Ugh, I feel a chill. Still warm. Maybe I caught a cold. That's what I mean. Like this one. I mean, PS2 games in general seem to have skyrocketed in the last year, because I mean everything skyrocketed in the last year. Alright, Item Man, thanks for stopping by. But, you know, like everything PS2 went up, but I'm surprised. I mean, I don't know how much. Let's see if I can figure out how much this. Let's take a look at price charting and see how much this game was like a year ago. Tsugunai. I mean, price charting still lists the complete box as $54 is the average price. I mean, obviously, it seems to have gone up recently, but I mean, that seems wrong, considering if you look at complete box sold ones recently, they're all going around $100. Yeah, like a year ago, it was going for... So let's say, yeah, January 2020, this game was going for $35 complete. Now it's like 60, according to price charting, which feels wrong, considering it seems to be going for more than that. I don't know, about $200, maybe on Amazon. But like recently sold are all like in the like 70s, 80s, give or so. Canadian, obviously. Yeah. I mean, I got into collecting these before, especially the PS2 games. I mean, PS2 games have definitely jacked up quite a bit since I collected them. I started collecting these probably like 5 or 6 years ago, probably around 5 years ago I started collecting these. And man, some of these have like tripled in price easily since I picked them up. It's crazy how much PS2 prices have gone up. Back then, people were giving them away. You know, in the last year alone, like a lot of games have doubled in price in the last year. Yeah, exactly. Flea markets are the best place to go. There's no diary, will you read it? Why does it start with page 3? Why is that the first page? It's annoying. Beer number 5 is a complete failure. He came again, and I had to try it out. But he fell asleep in an instant. That to our customers, and it'll be all code. We waste to throw it away, so I'm keeping it. I'm locking the keg, just in case, so we don't have to accidentally serve it. Ghosts cannot flip pages. God damn it. It's like unfinished liquor. Oh god, yeah. I mean, most of them are sports games, but... Okay, it's standing up for some reason. Can I walk inside of it? Feels like I should be able to do something with this keg, but can't do anything. It being a ghost. Yeah, it's about the only thing you can get for $10 now in sports games. I mean, even games that had like 1 billion copies. Like, let's say Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt, which everybody owned for the NES back then, probably goes for a decent price nowadays, which... Because, you know, they're not really being sold as much. I definitely remember the garage sales, like 20 years ago, going to a garage sale, you just find a big box full of, like, NES and SNES games for, like, nothing. Buy 5, get 5 free for $1 each. NES games for $3, jeez. Great deal. It's going for more than $2, yeah. So there's nothing inside. Does anyone use this bed? This person scrupulous. Or the person be making their own bed, and you think the innkeeper would be making the beds. Well, it said like everybody had an NES had it. I mean, it basically came with every NES. Except for like some, maybe certain later models might not have come with it, but... It was like everybody had it. If you owned an NES, you owned that game. Maybe the castle has been rushing me even more. What's your reason that the Lord is in such a hurry? Does it have anything to do with the underground maze? If I rat on him, I could get a reward, or more than the reward I was promised. No, I won't. It doesn't seem smart to cross the Lord of the Castle. There's nothing hanging over the bed. That's a very specific dialogue. What the hell does that even mean? Is there normally supposed to be things hanging over the bed? Like, this is odd. There's nothing hanging over this bed. Okay. It's a famous person do this. You can walk through a wooden window. You can walk through glass, apparently. Maybe we ducked. Is it? don't remember that jig music. It's probably like a generic Irish jig, and it's like, alright, let's use that. Let's say it didn't really sound familiar. Can't go through the door, but I can go through the walls. Because wood. The keg in the basement is the most suspicious thing there. This thing about him. So we're looking for that gnome gremlin thing, or whatever the hell it is, right? Or gnome, yeah. Domo boy. It seems like that's what that diary is talking about in the, like letting him drink or whatever. It's the vacant house. There are no signs of anyone living here. Maybe I should skip work today and just talk to you. That's weird. Build? What kind of weird ass name is Build? Is he not home? Is Bob the Builder? Huh. Came here to see the rumored fairy, huh? Maybe they can see us in the reflections? So we're like an anti-vampire? It looks like he's not here right now. Can't even see fairies. At this rate, I'll be called liar again. Basics that came with one controller, no games. Oh, yeah, exactly. Like, what would you ever build? Why would you ever buy a Nintendo without a game or without more controllers, right? Everybody picked up the action set. I don't know what the price differences was, but I mean that's what I got as a kid, was the action set. Because I mean, Super Mario Brothers, of course, and Duck Hunt. I mean, hey, the price is definitely worth it. Hey, Build. Why are you talking to yourself? Huh? There's a man right here. Hey, Build. No one will believe you if you keep telling lies. What? You're not lying. Ooh, I'm scared. It's not fair. Everyone keeps calling me a liar. I remember getting the robot and gyromite. I don't think it came with my Nintendo though. I think I got that later. I do remember having it. Also had the Power Glove. I had like all the stuff from the NES back then. The only thing I still have is the Power Glove. I don't know what happened to the rest of this stuff. I got given to family members here and there over time, but I still have the Power Glove. Not that I can use it on anything. Although I did mod the Power Glove. I modded it to be hooked up to my PC back in the day, so I can use it with like a VR program. And this is way back in the day. Like it's got a parallel port connector. This is old. Still works on NES though. I mean, it's just like an add-on to it. Yep, the NES era is definitely the area of like making a peripheral for everything. So many different types of controllers and looks like a gnome. Wow. I was a crazy kid. Yeah, this is back when there was like, well, VR. I call it VR, but it was like, you know, just really early 3D kind of stuff on the PC where you can kind of walk around in 3D worlds and stuff and can kind of build 3D worlds. Really, really early stuff. But there was like a mod where you could mod the Power Glove to use it as like a hand inside the 3D world. It's like, this seems cool. Let me do this. So yeah. I mean, it works pretty poorly, as you can imagine. The Power Glove is... But it kind of works. It works like a kind of a hand. You can pick up objects. And... I had a Power Glove and I wasn't using it, so I was like, hey, let's just do this to it. It's just a soul. Watch it, will ya? Give someone a heart attack. It worked better with that than it did with the actual games that quote-unquote used it, so... Damn it, out of liquor. You know, for something that, you know, a hand-grasping thing's actually, you know, is useful for. Let me warn you, this is my turf. If you're looking for a place to stay, look for somewhere else. Damn it. I mean, overall, who thought a Power Glove was even a good idea for anything game-related? Like, maybe for Punch-Out. It's probably the only thing I would ever see a Power Glove being useful for. Other than that, and I don't know, I'm assuming it probably worked like shit for Punch-Out. Like, what other games would you ever use a Power Glove for? Not weird in this one either. Game, yeah. But yeah, game is basically built specifically for it, but I mean, overall, it seemed like a very pointless peripheral. I don't know what genius thought, hey, you know what? People want gloves. Stop bothering me, dumb boy. Don't call me by my race. I have a name too, you know. Oh god. Hey, listen! My name is Navi. It seems like the humans are calling me Domo Boy. So what do you want? Nothing. What? You want me to help you out? Well, light gun has like a lot more like obvious use in games. Like, hey, let's make a, you know, I mean, obviously the game has to be built around it, but at least it's a logical thing of having a shooter, right? But other than, like, a glove, like what kind of game would you really build around a glove other than like a punching game? That's the only thing I could see a glove being useful for, right? It's a very limited subset. How many kind of punching games can you do? Activator? Was that the... No. Which one was the Genesis one? There was like the one where you stand in a ring and do this shit. Wasn't that like just absolutely like garbage? I see. I know what's going on. You're that, aren't you? Told by the fact that your body and soul split even though you're not dead, huh? Okay, that was the activator. Was it for NES as well? Hit the mark, didn't I? Most likely picked off some Danu by stealing some sacred thing, right? Humans never change. And like, the textures on these models are really detailed, considering early PS2. The stitching on his coat and everything, stitching on his pants. You pretty good detail for early PS2. And like just the modeling too. 150 years ago, someone came 230 years before, another. And you're the 7th. Of course, I saved all of them. So I'm not like, it's not like I'm not willing to help you, but I have to go get something out of it. I know. Get a fairy mushroom. Haven't had one in ages. Before that, I have to teach you about possessing. You can't do anything in soul form. Okay, follow me. Hooray, I get to possess things. Alright, maybe he's a spirit too. Yeah, I mean, the only reason people knew about the Power Glove is because of the wizard. I mean, the wizard said it best, after all. It's so bad, exactly. Gnome laser scope. That one's pretty bad. Was the helmet? They don't need accessories to work to get people to buy it. Just gotta make it look cool. Make it look cool, make it sort of work with one game, and there you go. I'm looking at Wallace's behavior. The chief's daughter really did run away. Somebody watching me? You guys are literally having a conversation. Hold up a sec. Let's use that guy over there. Shazam! Why is he staring at that guy's ass? He's like having a conversation with that ass. What's wrong? It's nothing. Settle down. Anyway, Wallace says to tell him if you happen to see her. Yeah, I got it. Keep watching. You should notice by now. Huh? It's gone. My wallet's gone. I borrowed that guy's wallet. By losing his wallet, he now is overwhelmed with sadness. I should be able to possess him. Move next to him and channel into his body. Where are you going? Move next to him and channel into his body. There's sadness within. Tongue is allergic to pineapple. The rest of you is fine. Your tongue is allergic. Hooray, and I can go steal shit. How does it feel to possess someone? They'll get used to it. Or for you to take any kind of physical action, you're gonna have to possess people like this. You can't just go up to anyone and just jump into their body. It doesn't work that way. So don't get any funny ideas. Well, stop eating it. Yeah, that's the whole point of Atlas. Atlas doesn't just do the status quo. Just remember, it can only possess people who are sad and are in some sort of trouble. Got it? So anybody then? Anyway, Use this guy's body to find me a fairy mushroom. Explain the rest when you come back. I'll see you later. Golem Fist. So after we steal something in his body, do we then get to use it in our own body? Medium meteor damage on all enemies. It's one thing you really don't want to happen. You want to have to be fisted by a golem. Steal everything. Looking for mushrooms. Watch out for poisonous ones. Looks weird. It's a poisonous mushroom. How do we know if something looks weird? What happens if we like jump off of a cliff while we're possessed? Do we get out of the broken corpse, or do we die along with the person? Wasn't that guy just... Oh. Different dude. Looks exactly the same. It's not time to be leisurely looking for mushrooms. Chief's daughter ran away, so go look for something. Fairy mushrooms, what's that? Don't ask me stupid questions, I'm washing these clothes. We split up to look for the chief's daughter. Yet the chief said not to do anything. He's the only one who's worried about her the most. The rowboat? Sure, why not? There's no reason to write it. Well, why did you ask me, game? It's forbidden to enter the Grand Tree Lighthouse without permission. Jason, because the AVGN, yeah. If you hate something, it's bad. It's just the way it is. So you're looking for a fairy mushroom. We used to look for them when we were kids, huh? Remember the way of finding fairy mushrooms? Most mushrooms grow where the sun doesn't shine. They grow next to trees especially. You have to look carefully since they don't stand out. Wallace is making a big fuss. You guys don't have to worry. She's just rebelling. She'll be back. It's a weird name for a girl, by the way, Wallace. Maybe it's her last name. Fairy mushroom? Stop looking for mushrooms. You have other things to look for, right? I haven't seen her all... Wallace. I haven't seen her all morning. She must have run away. Oh, wait. Okay, I guess Wallace is defending. We'll have to find her before she gets too far. Monster playable, yeah. That's usually the bad ones that give the... You only need a couple of bad games to get a bad reputation. Looking for fairy mushrooms? Don't they sell at the item shop? Does this guy have any money? Does this guy get our money, or is this his money? What's his name, like, steal this guy's wallet? Sleeping with his eyes open. He looks eerie. It's kind of creepy. Yeah, pretty detailed models. I mean, considering I was able to get a pretty good close-up in this guy, and I mean, he doesn't look that bad for a close-up model in an early PS2 game. Battletoads. I remember having fun with Battletoads back in the day. It's one of those it's one of those games that just gets it's just brutally hard and not many people finished because you know it's brutally hard. My wife always says that, but you should just let the kids fight. What my son's friends are calling him Build the Liar. It's hard for a parent to butt into children's fights. Ugh, a parent is so powerless. The music in this is great. Wooden classic. For a game nobody's heard of, I'm telling you, a child-sized bed. A child lives here. There was a quartz cloth. What the hell's a quartz cloth? How does that even work? Made of quartz? Magic defense up for a limited time. I'm kind of really lost in terms of just how everything is laid out in this town. It's very easy to get turned around and like. Can I guess I can't unpossess characters, can I? And part of it, I guess, is the camera system in this game. It's easy to get to like lose track of how everything is relative to everything else. Okay, this is where we came in originally. We came in from this direction. It's the gnome's place. No, Zevbot. So obviously the mushroom isn't here on this screen specifically. Seems like we have to find a tree, I guess. Let's find us a tree. Other than all the obvious trees that we're walking by. So we a tree somewhere in town. Mushroom? I have no idea. Should not be Newlywed's house. Work's been rough. It does have to do with the project running late, but Architect Mason started to slave drive us like he was a different person. Man, I'm beat. Well, I'm possessing this guy right now. So we have the ability of possessing people, although we can't unpossess him right now, but I guess this is like the possession tutorial. So we gotta find a fairy mushroom for the for Navi, the gnome dude. Then I don't know if we'll be able to. I don't know if we can unpossess people like normally, or if we have to finish whatever we have to do with them before they let us unpossess them. Our weapons are strong. I won't regret buying them. Let's see if we can actually buy things. Yep. Found that weird too. That's his default name's like Navi? What? Not hammer. You have no use for it. But take it anyways. I'm busy right now. Don't bother me. Want something? Talk to the boss. Hey, listen! Bunch of swords, bunch of weapons. So many different weapons. Again, this game looks pretty good graphically for an early PS2 title. Definitely the best looking PS2 title we've played so far. All sorts of powerful weapons. Ox tongue. Named due to its shape. So if we buy something, does he get to keep it, or do we get to keep it when we go to ghost form? Makes no sense. I'm not gonna buy anything, but kind of a weird system if we get to like take it out of the guy's pockets after we unpossess them. Assuming possessed people don't know what's going on either, like they're not aware of being possessed. So you possess somebody for like 6 hours and you're just like, what the hell just happened? It was daytime, it was morning. Why is it nighttime all of a sudden? Come back when you know where to go. Suikoden? It has a pretty big variety of music. It's probably in the bar. Berry mushroom? Speaking of which, I've never painted a mushroom yet. Berry mushroom, you say? I'll sell it at the item shop. People who mentioned the item shop, so we can buy it at the item shop, or maybe we can find a free one next to a tree like the other guy mentioned. Oink. Skill defense up. Of course, this is magical. Yeah. We'll begin to Shadowheart soon, so... This was the one selling the paintings outside. Guess Mitsudo's a busy man around this era. I'm lost. Get busy. What? Looking for a fairy mushroom? Oh, it must be nice being so easygoing. I don't have time for that. Guess it keeps hurrying me to finish the sanctuary. I shouldn't have taken up that offer. Don't bother me. Listen to Grandpa. Grandpa knows everything. He always tells us stories. He's telling us about the fairies. Want to know about my ancestors' anecdotes too? I see, I see. Then get her around. I'll start now. A long time ago, there used to be a town where fairies and humans lived together. At first, the fairies helped the humans by using their mystical powers, but One day, humans snuck into a fairy's room and found out the secret of their powers. And then... There, the human saw it. He saw a fairy make a magic from a stone, and he found out that humans also can make magic from stones. So he started to research powerful magic. So what happened next? Yeah, maybe Chrono Cross. So finally, wars using the magic began. And the Fairy Queen became disgusted with the humans. And all the fairies returned to their kingdoms. So, there's no more fairies? There may be, there may not be. Aw, would have been great if there were here. Humans are so stupid. No matter when or where it is, humans with power never change. Alright, BDR, you have a great night. Thanks for stopping on by. Now. These items that we saw when we first came here. Yeah, I mean, the game has a pretty slow start. I mean, they give you the tutorial level where you do some combat and stuff. Now you have this whole, like, fetch quest system thing. Which, I mean, obviously shows off. I mean, hopefully the game doesn't have a lot of this fetch quest stuff and you do more... It's more of just introduce you the world more than anything. These are like woods, so this is promising for potentially finding a fairy mushroom. Oh yeah, most games do. Like they probably Twitch probably like trolls like the like Moby games category. So like frankly every PS2 game, any main console game probably has its own category. Not that many people probably visit that category specifically or, you know, follow it or anything. A bunch of junk stacked up high. Might be able to break it with a hammer. But we don't know where there's a hammer. Now maybe we can use it? Let's play. Play. Yeah, right. Playing with grown-ups is boring. Just possess a kid in order to play with this kid. You have a dream? No. Papa said that people without dreams grow up to be good for nothings. He said that dreams give you a reason to go on. Oh yeah, I'm sure most games probably have a category. I mean, the game itself doesn't have any sort of art, or the category doesn't have any sort of art, so if you pull it up, it's just like a generic, you know, Twitch graphic thing. So it's definitely not a big category, it just exists. Maybe the Chief Commander hasn't come by to play. Or he always came by and played with us. So I wonder if I can go pick up the hammer now that we saw this thing that can be broken down with a hammer. What do you want? Oh, wait, the Lord. I'm sorry, but Lord Cole only takes appointments. Please leave. I haven't seen this item shop that people have been talking about yet. How the pigeons aren't scared of us when we're, you know, human form, but as soon as we're ghost form. A long time no see, so you really did become a fisherman. I thought that the great cat catcher would end up catching fish. Eh? What? Berry mushroom? Hey man, now you're gonna be a great mushroom catcher? Whimper. Item shopkeeper makes weird drugs. Do they actually work? Hey mushroom, you say? Item shopkeeper would know about things like that. He's always up late making medicines. He's worried because his shop isn't doing well. It was like literally just here, and then I turned around. Wallandia is the name of this town. None of these look like they'd work. That's not true. Is this, what's her name? The girl we're supposed to look for? I guarantee it. But I know. I have just the thing. I call it slime grass. I made this medicine yesterday. It's concocted from the sweat of toads in a grass called Morning Death. Huh? Where'd I put it? Never mind, I passed today. Wait, miss. Nothing is selling. Gee, I wonder why. It's not cut out for this business. Looking for a twig of Ent. Or for information. It was a damn gate inside of their shop, by the way. Like, I'm too lazy to put like an actual wooden gate. Let's just put a friggin' like actual fence gate. Look, oh, berry mushrooms. 100,000 for golden ring. What's the amount of money you gain in battle? I wonder if you're ever gonna get 100,000 gold worth of money. Probably not. Is the battle I can revive? I'm assuming it just needs to be in your inventory for this to kick in, otherwise why? It's really expensive for an escape from battle item, unless it's reusable. Of rune making. Yeah, fairy mushroom? Sorry, we don't have any here. Or there was something written about it in my recipe book. Where it said to find it. I'll be in the forest, and if I need that hammer. I love how he's like totally fine with us going upstairs and show flower. I'm gonna make secret medicine. Necessary ingredients for secret medicine are as follows: jewel leper tentacle, fairy mushroom, and a twig of Ent. Combining these three should make a secret medicine. Fairy mushroom can be found at the quarry. But the whereabouts of the other ingredients are not known. Chest. Doesn't seem like I could open that door. If I was a ghost, I'd be able to pass through the door, but I wouldn't be able to open that chest, I don't think. Assuming this was like the other side of that, but didn't really help me much. As a ghost, I'd be able to pass through here, but we'll have to come back here as a ghost. Maybe we can somehow magically open that chest, or you push it over or something. I don't know. Are mushrooms that good? Young ravens come to town looking for work. Really sucks. I have so many rivals. Being able to drink in the middle of the day is a privilege. I don't feel so good. Welcome. Is this your first time here? You want me to show you around? Sure. Please look to the right of the pub. Hello, Triss. Think of this poster as a bulletin board about town. Has information on events and jobs for the ravens. Of course, you know what ravens are, right? Oh. They're mercenaries who do dangerous jobs like treasure hunting and bodyguarding. Well, in general, they do anything, so just think of them like that. So this poster has jobs for the ravens. Looking for a job, check this poster. Let's move on. The left is a warning about the conduct in this pub. Please take a look at it later. Well, there's nothing big about it. On the right is everyone's favorite, darts. Is there a dart minigame? The high score of the day gets a free drink. Seems to have been our motto for a long while back. Now the darts are missing. Nope, no dart minigame for us. I'm sorry for confusing you. Okay, next. Here's our menu. At first it looks like there's a lot of variety, right? But hold your horses, you only have two choices, wine and beer. This menu is a relic of the past. The previous owner was a genius at making drinks. He made his own original drinks and sold them here, but now that's a thing of the past. For your information, the previous owner of this was the husband of the innkeeper over there. Let's go to the second floor. I have to introduce you to that extravagant inn establishment. We have an amazing 3 rooms. 3. Amazing 3 rooms. 3 rooms! I'm sorry. Let's go. Now pull yourself together and look at this door. Behind this door is the pub prize veranda. It's just a normal veranda that doesn't do the pub any better. So you're thinking, why do we call it prized, huh? That's simple, because I like it. That's it, I like it. I like her spunk. Looks like you don't even need to feel like getting angry anymore. That's right, it's just as you think. There's nothing special about this pub. Yes, she did mention the 3 rooms! But listen to me. I have to dress like this just to make customers come to this pub nonetheless, of nothingness. So drop by once in a while. Give this lady a tip. And no, not that kind of tip. Welcome, take your time. I'm tired of this pub's menu. Don't you have any manners? When you talk to a store person, you're supposed to talk over the counter. Sounds like especially suspicious. Oh yeah, I can read this book now that I can flip pages. He's a non-ghost. He came in again today. He's trying to make this his home. Does he think that I can't see him? It's a bit strange, but he likes my beer. He's harmless, so let him stay. He's probably talking about Navi. The beer number 5 made yesterday smells and tastes great, but if you drink just a bit, you become incredibly sleepy. Well, I think I'll just put it in a keg and lay it to rest. There's a little diary. Does it probably need to make somebody sleepy? Assuming it's in this keg. But I guess we don't have a reason to make somebody sleepy. Let's go see if we can get that hammer now. She means some unauthorized OT. As long as you get paid for it. Authorized or not. If you don't get paid for it, this 15 minutes of unpaid OT. It's like, no. Let's go see these amazing 3 rooms. Look at it. Look at the sheen. Wow, look at this room. There's no way we can find a better room than this. That one's locked. Hey, Bagel. It's a pretty good game so far. I mean, okay, well, the game part of it hasn't really started yet, but in terms of like the presentation, I mean, it's got some really detailed 3D models. It's got some nice animations. It's got good music, and like graphically and musically, it's definitely a nice looking game. There's no reason the Lord and such are here. Does it have anything to do with the underground maze? I read. It's the same thing we read last time. How were we able to read that diary? I guess it was open at the page. In the combat, so far we just had a little taste of the combat in the tutorial area. It's got an interesting combat system. We'll see how it goes once we ever get back to it. Just doing a fetch quest in this town, or possessing some poor bloke. Yeah, this is like Atlas was mostly a publisher. And by the you know, everyone's favorite Arclad games. Everybody loves the PS2 Arclad games. And so far, it's definitely a passable game. It depends how much filler there is versus actual content. Where was the blacksmith? Let's see if I can pick up the hammer. You would be surprised. So where's the quarry? Is this the quarry over here? Really does. I clicked too fast there. Please go through. Okay, so I guess now that we know that it was in the quarry, we can go to the quarry. We're actually gonna have combat. Sounds like we're gonna have combat using this person's body. You're in the way. It's dangerous here. What are you even quarrying? Shoot! I remember where I put my lunch bag. If I don't bring back my lunch bag, my wife will yell at me. Is it not at your hip? Lunch bag. Haha, it's mine now. Oh, there's the fairy mushroom. Black mushroom. Boo. What if we give this to the, I'm assuming he'd know the difference, so he won't eat it. It's just easy. Oh, my lunch bag. No, my wife won't have to yell at me. Putting that aside, you're looking for a fairy mushroom, huh? I saw a black mushroom by the tree stump. I'd look carefully to find it. Maybe that's a fairy mushroom. Assuming it's not a fairy mushroom. I saw a poisonous looking mushroom up by those trees. I don't remember what a poisonous mushroom you saw. Like, oh, I remember seeing some poisonous mushrooms. Purple. Right, so just gonna... Nothing's gonna be called a fairy mushroom, it's just different colors. Yeah, the art style definitely has Western style to it. Oh, my fault if you want to hurt yourself. I can't. This came out first. Well, in North America, I don't know if it came out first in Japan. Probably not. There's a passage here or something. Guess we're not going that way. It's a weird place to put a ladder. Ocean 3, yeah. It's gonna be hard to take back the crown from Star Ocean 3. We got these two mushrooms. I mean, seems like the only two mushrooms I have access to. So one of these is probably a fairy mushroom, maybe, possibly, potentially. There's nowhere else we can go, so... Assuming that the gnome's gonna know which one's a fairy mushroom. That's like a 50-50 chance. Which mushroom do you want to give him? Let's go save first. Luckily, it doesn't seem like we had another crash since that one we had really early on. So far, I mean, we haven't really been doing any combat other than that intro level, so... Wasn't he like, yeah, he was staying here before, wasn't he? He's back inside of his house, I didn't really check. It was like saved and noped it out of there. No, slipping. So we found it. Here, let me see. Oh, I get to choose. You can have the black mushroom. This is it. Not bad. You have some potential. And pretty animated, like, faces, too, for, you know... I guess they don't have to match lip flaps or anything, but... Considering... But again, for early PS2, it's pretty impressive looking. Alright, I'll help you as I promised. But before that, I have to heal this man's heart. But I'm the cause of this. Here, take his wallet. So I'm wondering if we can only unpossess people after we heal their hurt. Like we possess them, we can't get out until we cure their heart. It's got to be sure. By finding his wallet, his heart has been healed. He should wake up soon and go back to his house. If you want a detailed explanation of possessing, check out that poster over there. I thought it'd be hard to remember everything at once, so I made a poster. Look at that before you leave. Now, why did he make a poster? Unless he made a poster just now. Because, like he was saying, this for like the seventh time he's done this, where, you know, we've had like a kind of a spirit, whatever, in hundreds of years, he was mentioning. So it seems like that's not really a cause to make a poster. Now on, in order to return to your body, you must heal people's hearts. Yeah. To start off, you must first find those with pains in their hearts. If you possess them, it's up to you to heal them. If you don't know what to do, come and ask me. I don't know if it'll help. I can give you advice. Whether you can return to your body or not depends on your effort. So ocean spirit and find someone in trouble. I mean, I'm not really sure what to think about this game yet, considering, you know, it's been 3 hours since I've been playing it, but it's not like we've done much other than tutorial level, and just this is kind of, well, more tutorial level really. Possess people and do a bunch of tasks, and then eventually fight things. Yeah, for the little bit of battle we did when we were in our body, it seems like a standard kind of turn-based system, but the game places heavy emphasis on a guarding system. So there's 4 different ways of guarding. You can do a normal guard, which just reduces the damage, usually reduces the damage by the biggest amount. It's relatively easy to do. You have what they call a strage guard, which is kind of like a limit break system. If you use a strage guard, you'll take more damage than you take from a regular guard, but it'll boost your strage meter higher. There's a counterattack one, which is hard to pull off, but you can counterattack and do pretty good damage to the enemy, but also you take more damage. And there's a backstep one, which of course can totally dodge the attack, but it uses some of that strage power. So you have like a limited amount of it. So the game definitely pushes that whole system more. And there's a magic system, uses runes and stuff. So amulet, well, you got multiple amulets, I guess, which you stick in runes, and according to the manual, once you fill up an amulet completely, you can then summon that creature. So it's like a summoning system. Obviously, we're nowhere near filling an amulet yet, so it'll be kind of interesting once we get to that point. And of course, we're a ghost. We got separated from our body, but we can possess people who have sadness in their hearts or something. It's kind of a weird mechanic, considering, you know, this is an RPG, but like here's a bunch of here's a town where you can just randomly possess people and do quests for them. It's a weird mix. But yeah, I mean, so far it's not bad. I mean, you know, it runs nice and smooth. It's got nice smooth animations. Got pretty detailed character models with, you know, nice animations of those models. Got good music. I mean, not much to complain about other than just, you know, the game takes a while to get going, I guess. What if I can possess the chief? Oh, he's gone now. since we're ghosts, I want to see if I can go to the top level of that alchemist house and see if we can somehow open up that chest. Chief, I'm sorry. If something were to happen to her, it would be my fault. It's not your fault. You looked for her all night, right? Why don't you rest for today? I couldn't. I just can't forget about her when she's run away. She hates me. Iris. She thinks I abandoned her mother. She, why don't you just tell her the truth? They went to buy medicine. It doesn't matter. I didn't save her. You didn't give up until the very end. Enough. Where are you? I'm going out for a short while. Sure, you don't have to do it now. Don't worry, she'll be back. Chief. Oh, lady, you're not thinking of leaving for good, are you? Obviously, you can possess this guy. Some more exploration first, though. That's your catfish. Alright, before we possess this guy, which we have to do, let's go see if we can somehow do something with that chest in the item vendor's place. Get this thing then. I mean, we can't go through this door unless we're a soul, like boarded up. Unless we can somehow get the alchemist to open these. Maybe once we get the hammer, we can break through these somehow. Another failure. There's no hope to complete the secret medicine without a twig event. Only someone would take the job looking for a twig event. To make a secret medicine, and the shop is sure to succeed. What should I do? Twig event, you say? Poor sales and losing confidence in his business, the item shopkeeper Keith is trying to find a way to save his store. It looks like as soon as you encounter somebody, it shows up in your quest log, which is nice. Yeah, we can't pass through this gate because it's metal, which again makes no sense. They have a friggin' fence gate here. Can we just like walk through the countertop? It's made of wood. Game logic. So maybe if we possess this guy, we'll be able to get to this chest somehow. Might as well walk around town and just try to find as many people as we can to possess. Just to unlock quests. There's this dude in here. Can't possess this guy, so... In the inn, there may be that Trish girl who can possess her. Can't possess Regina. So I'm assuming we'll get some sort of cutscene if we can possess somebody. Yeah. So if we don't get a cutscene, then no possession for us. Over here. Trying to think of other people we saw in town that we'd be likely to possess. This guy. No. RPGs in the last 2 or 3 years? I mean, stuff like the East games and, Persona 5, those kind of things. I want to eventually play. Dragon Quest 11. All games that, don't really have time to try to play in the, like, outside of streaming. So those ones would be kind of cool to try out. I mean, we do have RPG Quest Fast Forward now, so, I mean, even with RPG Quest Fast Forward, most of those probably won't be touched in a while. So I'd have to go through all the previous games in those franchises, but, there's a possibility. All these kids are here now, and they were, like, in their own little corners before. This kid there, yeah, Build. Forgot about him. It's not a lie. There's such thing as a long-eared cat. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. I must have been dreaming. It's true, I say. And prove it. But, see, you can't prove it. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Build is a liar. Nya, nya, nya. You, stop that. It's Bill's fault for telling a lie. It's not a lie. Then prove it. Fine. All I have to do is bring a long-eared cat, right? My, he left. Doesn't matter. Yeah, let's go. Alright, let's get that kid. Long-eared cat. Nobody believes me. Because you keep lying. Filthy liar. Alright. Or if there'd be anybody in the monastery. I doubt we'd have to go all the way back to Monastery to possess anybody, but try to get all the quests unlocked before we choose one. I assume we have to do all of them. It's not like, you know, just do one of them kind of thing. Can't think of any NPCs here. I mean, there's only one NPC that even has any sort of dialogue. Hey, go, Romer. Oh no, the god of darkness is the demon king, Balor. According to one theory, there was one goddess, Anu. When Anu was deciding whether or not to destroy the humans, her heart split in two. Goddess of light, Danu, and the god of darkness, Balor. This way. Oh shit. How do we get back there? This way? And one thing's for sure, this music is not keeping me awake very much. This music is making me fade away. Plus, this whole fetch questing thing is probably not doing much either. Ugh. So it's just those three dudes. So we move to the actual RPG elements of the RPG. They seem to be like, I don't know. I mean, I guess this whole possession thing, but is that really gonna? Like, I always see this game is a kind of a two-part game. You have the RPG stuff and you have the possession stuff. And the fact that there's a possession mechanic at all means, you know, they want to push that aspect. So there's going to be a bunch of possessioning, a whole bunch of possessing. Well, since we're here, this kid, I gotta show them. I'm going to find a long-eared cat. Squeeze into that kid's body. Long-eared cat. Another one for Star Ocean. Alright, you can use the window. What? Business? What is your business? Oh. Brew shop. Master. Recover from any affliction. Venom poisons one enemy. This would be good to get rid of poison. Plasma. Small lightning enemy. Small ice. So I'm assuming that's... I'm not sure that little symbol... I mean, this was like a small little thing. I'm assuming this is like a medium-sized one. Let's get this Nastra thing. Forward. Let's buy all these. Put it here, is this... Is there another spot to put this thing? No. Are we good here? No. I'm thinking these, like, these ones here. Is there anywhere else I could put this that would be... like, that would actually fit? I guess I could put it like this. Yeah, this would be the only other place, I think. Oops. Stick two regular ones here, yeah. That'll work. Try to square one, stick it in that middle one there. All the spells. I'm just going to 5 sizes: small, medium, and large triangles, squares, and parallelograms. It's completely random as to what shapes it will be, so please, no trades. Magic stones. There are 6 types of magic stones: red, blue, yellow, green, white, and dark. One of these is not like the others. The blue magic stone is rare. It can only be found in the blue gate of the training caves. Want me to explain about magic stones and runes? Sure. We want explained. Hey, Lord Clutch. Thanks for the raid. Playing tonight. Battletech. Battletech. I don't think I've seen that one. What's that one about? Magic stone is just as it sounds. A stone. Words. Magic stone is just as it sounds. A stone with magic sealed within it. There are a total of 6 magic stones, and all of them have different colors and attributes. You cannot use magic stones by themselves. First step in using magic stones, magic is to refine magic stones into runes. Sure, figure out the rest. It's not. I mean, it starts off slow. You get kind of a tutorial level showing you how to do combat and that, and then you're dumped into like a town, and you're a ghost. Like, no spoilers there, but you're a ghost, and then you can possess people. And now we're just doing a whole bunch of fetch quests in town. And I don't know. Like, we do have a bunch of quests. We have to help out a bunch of townspeople. And eventually, I guess, we'll do some more fighting. The combat seems interesting. And graphically, I mean, this is a really early PS2 game. Only, it's like the first year of the PS2 launch, and I mean, as you can see, the models are nice detailed. The music is good. The animations are nice. I mean, it's a good-looking PS2 game. The story, well, you basically start the game and you're a spirit. You're stuck outside your body. Your soul and your body have been separated. And then the tutorial level is basically how that happened. So you go back and you go into like an island. You're trying to find this. What was it called? Justice Orb or something, or some sort of orb. Anyways, so tutorial levels, you go and find this orb, and of course you learn combat and stuff while you do that. And then you find the orb, and then you fight, like, you know, Balrog. Okay, you fight Balrog, and then the place collapses. Apparently you're found washed up on shore, but then your soul has been separated from your body. And then you basically try to figure out, you have to figure out a way how to get back into your body. To do that, you have to help these townspeople. You have to possess them, people with sadness in their heart, and cure the sadness. So it's weird. This whole fetch quest mechanic is, I mean, maybe as we get back to the actual fighting had an interesting concept, so. Our magic stones are refined, so we can't refine them. Yeah, the music is good, the graphics are good. Again, for early PS2, I mean, yeah, the characters look really detailed. Now the faces actually look pretty detailed, considering you can't, control the camera or anything. But when you get cutscenes, the characters emote and stuff like that. And yeah, it's pretty. No voice acting whatsoever, but for an early PS2 game, like they could definitely do a lot worse. And for a game that I'm sure very few people even know about, it's pretty good. Spellbooks wanted. Except this spellbook can just process new runes. The book of healing, which has a cure-all. Magic stronger than cure. Fire. Flare, magic stronger than flame. Right, so bring spellbooks to the rune shop, is what they're saying. Steal some magic stones? No. Oh yeah. PS2 definitely has a lot of stuff. Fine. So make cure. Now I wonder if I stack multiple cures. Something I'm kind of curious about. So we need 2 white and 2 green. I'm assuming that's what that means there. It doesn't tell us what we have. know we had some red ones. I think that's all we had is red. Yeah, we have three red. Kind of annoying they don't say what you actually have in, like, in your own stock though. It should be like a white, you know, 2/0, 0 being how many you have in stock, red, you know, 0/3. You know, just to give you a quick view of what stones you have and what you're missing. Little minor UI things, I guess. Yeah, the cover art. I mean, the first thing I would think of when I saw this cover art was a horror game. Last thing I would think of is a JRPG. So I'm sure this one probably didn't sell that well because of that. I mean, a really weird name like Tsugunai Atonement, which, I mean, doesn't make the game, like, you know, roll off the shelves. You know what I mean? So it's an odd name with an odd cover. I really doubt this game sold much, but yeah, it seems like a pretty passable game so far. Let's go find this long-eared cat. There's only one cat I've seen. Is that... where the hell was it? Inside one of the houses. Is it this one? Yeah, but like they say, you know, they say you can't judge a book by its cover, but that's how people buy games. I'm sure most people would have just passed this up back in the day. Unless they were like into the horror games, and then of course this wouldn't have been a horror game, so it wouldn't have sold well to anybody trying to buy a horror game, and people looking for JRPGs wouldn't even think twice about this game, so definitely doesn't scream buy me anyway. Let's sell weapons to kids. That's my policy. Yeah, the back, yeah, but again, judging a book by its cover, the front cover generally, like if you see this in a store, you'd probably be unlikely to pick it up and look at the back. Because you look at the front, it's like, oh, there's a bunch of ghosts, and it's like girl thinking, you know, it's just, like, you would think horror game. You wouldn't even, like, oh, let me look what this thing is about. I mean, obviously, if you're into horror games, you'd be like, oh, let's see what the back has, and then you realize, oh, this is not a horror game at all. So there's nothing that really grabs the attention of like RPG players in the front cover. So it'd be one of those weird things, like somebody would see the name, like what the hell's this Tsugunai? Like this cover looks weird. I mean, it'd be one of those things that would get anybody who's just into weird games to look it up. Which, I mean, let's be honest, as RPG players, we're usually into weird games. Overall, I'm sure it definitely got a fairly limited number of sales. Where's that freaking cat? Should have been a game. I should have been born a game. Damn it. Timer's almost ready. You can play, just don't go too far. Go build. Fun long-eared cat yet? Nope. I was your age. I saw fairies a bunch of times. Just tough. Nobody believing in you. So I'm blaming you no matter what. Sure, Dad, sure. He doesn't believe me. Too small for me to fit through. I think I was been trying to get through the two, like the alleyway there. That's where the fisherman stays. Nothing here. Make yourself at home. Mr. Creepy sleeping with his eye open guy. We can possess this guy. That damn cat. What's wrong, kid? I can tell you it's dangerous over here. Well, this guy wasn't here before, so... You don't want to get hurt. Don't come near here. There's a ghost up here in this house. I don't want to be scared. Don't come over here. I went to like every house except the house that has the damn cat. Do you know where the cat is, dog? He's obviously not this house, the architect. He somehow... House. Or here, maybe? Go back here. There's a cat. Is this the long-eared one? No. God damn it. It's the only cat I remembered, so... Alright, so it's a cat that we haven't seen before. We'll have to talk to people. We have to talk to a specific person that tells you, oh yeah, it's over here. And only then can you actually do something. Let's try that old man. Cat, you say? Something about that a long time ago. Let me see, what was it? Oh, like waiting for him to say something. You're a liar. I hate liars. What? Build? Go away. Liars can't listen to Grandpa's stories. You're a cat. Who cares? I'm busy. Get lost. Looking for a cat. Don't pick on it. I take care of them. Hungry cat, you say? I don't know. Doubt this guy has anything, but... And so far, that's what seems like all these quests you have to do. You just have to talk to a whole bunch of people until you find the trigger. Then you just do the thing and rinse and repeat. So not especially interesting part of the game. I mean, I guess they did all this, like, it's like made all these cool models and that, and they wanted something more than just a standard JRPG, so they threw this whole possession thing in there, but it seems kind of superfluous, you know what I mean? Like, how is this helping us in terms of, you know, moving on the story? It'd be different if you were possessing people and, like, fighting in their bodies or something. But no. It probably will eventually. Like the girl on the cover, she's probably like a character we're gonna be possessing for a while. Maybe. Pub. Do you know what underage means? You don't serve anyone underage, I'm sorry. I think there's any cats around here. Tired of the drinks here. Some place for kids. Look here, Bill. You're 10 years too young to come here, you hear? Yeah, let's go check downstairs just in case there's a cat hanging out downstairs, but... Yeah, something like that would be kind of neat. I mean, maybe they'll use that later. Right now, it seems, well, yeah. If this is a tutorial on possession, it kind of goes on too long. Saying we have all these quests, and these people, but in these quests, like, you gotta find this runaway girl. You gotta find, well, the runaway girl, I'm pretty sure, is the girl in the cupboard. Like, that's what she's described as in the manual. She's a she lives with her father, the chief fisherman, yeah. So Ficella is this runaway girl. But like this cat thing, like, what does this have to do with any sort of world building? You're just trying to save this kid from being bullied. Like okay. This is an important story. I don't know if we have to do all these stories. Like, I don't know if the game, if like we have to actually do every single one of these, or if we just need to do one, then Navi will, I don't know, let us do something. I mean, I'll do them all, obviously, but Kind of curious if the game forces you to do them all. Assuming, of course, you're not locked out of the other ones as soon as you do the first one. You should have saved before doing the first one. You see, wait, we're making a green sanctuary right now. Cat sanctuary? I don't know any cats. Now get going. You're not thinking of buying a weapon, are you? I don't think the boss will sell you any. His motto is kids fight with fists. Yeah, I mean, this is basically a combination of an RPG and a point-and-click adventure. Here, right now we're just doing a whole bunch of point-and-click, like, let's just find the right NPC that'll trigger what we need for this kid. Maybe it's to find just a random NPC that knows this cat. Should die. Your parents would let the kid go outside town by themselves. There doesn't seem to be any sort of rhyme or reason. You just have to find that right NPC that'll tell you about this cat, or tell you where to find this cat, and then like, oh, I just triggered something, now I can actually do something. Should just go talk to, he did say to go see him if, you know, I'm not sure what to do kind of thing. Before it's scraping up late. I think you're able to possess someone. Good job. Are you lost? Want some help? Not particularly. I don't want him to, like, necessarily tell us what to do. Just kind of curious if you'd say anything specific. I'm kind of curious, though, what he would say. Like, would he just kind of point you in the right direction, or would you just, like, blink and tell you, go to speak with this person? Cats, that's the fisherman with the long hair. There you go. That's what we call the Great Cat. Oh, yeah. That's right. We possessed them. Did talk to that dude and called me the Great Cat Catcher. What? Looking for a cat? I used to catch cats all the time when I was a kid. Wanted me to teach you the ropes of catching cats? Of course, you have to find where the cat lives. After you find it, put some food in front of the cat so it lets down its guard. And when the cat eats the food, it's as good as caught. When you calm down the cat, it should become attached to you. Go ahead and take that fish. It's too small to sell anyway. Which fish? You actually give us fish? I don't see any fish anywhere. Didn't get a fish. Which fish? This one? 5 small fish. Okay, so that didn't really explain where the cat is. It's just like, okay, now I can catch the cat, but maybe now the cat will spawn somewhere. The black cat is the boss of all the cats here. Steals the other cat's food. If you're trying to lure a cat out of food, make sure the boss cat doesn't steal it. Great, it's gonna be a friggin' mini game. I don't know if that cat you're looking for is there, but all the cats hang around the Grand Tree Lighthouse. Lighthouse? Is the lighthouse? Oh yeah. Little hole. happy music. I should have gone and saved first. You yell at if you're caught hanging around here, kid. Looking for a cat. There are cats all around here. I'm busy. Get out of here. Hey, Lux. We're doing a bunch of fetch quests. Yeah, Nier at least had, you know, a bunch of fighting. This one, it's like, here's a little bit of fighting tutorial, and then here's just a whole lot of fetch questing. Our doors are locked. The only way would be to cross over with that tree branch. Our tree branch looks like it would break if I got on it. Definitely has that minigame style of music thing going on in this. Yeah, the way this game works is your soul has been separated from your body, and you have to possess people who have sadness in their heart in order to cure their sadness so that you can eventually go back to your body. And eventually we're going to be fighting things, I guess. This just seems like kind of a weird, like, let's just put a weird mechanic inside of our RPG. That's what it sounds like. This stuff seems completely superfluous. Like why are we walking around trying to, you know, turn this kid into not a liar? Like, what does that do for us? It doesn't add to the plot of the story. It doesn't add to, you know, any of the lore. It's just some pointless minigame stuff kind of thing. I don't know. It seems kind of weird. I mean, it's just something to stand apart, I guess, but it's odd, to say the least. Especially since the game basically, you know, especially the first intro level, is basically an RPG. Like, if this game had a demo, the demo would have been the tutorial level. I can almost guarantee you. Where we fight things and then, like, go buy the game to play more. You play the game and you're like, what the hell? Where's the combat? Like, there's definitely gonna be a lot of combat considering there's this whole rune system and everything. There's like summons and stuff like that. There's gonna be a bunch of combat, but why this filler? We have to find the one where the long-tailed cat hangs out, the long-eared cat. Protect that sadness from massive damage, yeah. Like, if you're, like, possessing people who then could fight, at least that'd be different. You'd be doing some combat kind of mixed in too, but no. Very fast cat, by the way. Black cat. black cat like literally spawned there. I saw him. We have to put it exactly where he's going to spawn next. I'm pretty sure if we push him there, he's going to spawn in this one here. It's more than one, then black cat will eat it, kind of thing. Yeah, there we go. That's what we have to do. He's laying his guard down after receiving food. Alright, apparently we're gonna this cat, I guess? I don't know. Nope. I mean, we need to at least to do one. I don't know if we have to do every single one of them. There's 3 different people that I'm aware of that we have to cure their sadness. I don't know if you have to do every single one of them. We can go see the gnome dude afterwards. But apparently this is needed to return to her body. It is a very sad looking cat. Come on, Mimi. Like either way, I'm gonna be doing all 3 of these, but I mean, it's 3 of them I'm aware of. The Runaway Girl, which is the girl on the cover, so I mean. That one's probably a critical one to do, considering she seems like she can be a relatively major character, since she's on the cover and she's in the manual under the character list. So the fact that this one probably has to be done means we probably have to do all 3. Yeah, it's just the game has a very slow start with this fetch quest stuff. Like maybe once we actually get going with the main game, it'll be okay. But the start, man, the start was rough. It's like Dragon Warrior 7, you know what I mean? Dragon Warrior 7 had like 4.5 hours of just nothingness until you did some combat. At least this one they started off, the tutorial level had combat. So they gave you a taste of combat, and they took it all away. Hey look everyone! Bill brought a cat. That's the long-eared cat. Meow. My, how cute. There really is one. I mean, the animation in this game is spectacular. I mean, really good animations and character models in that for early PS1 or early PS2 era. Like the character models, the textures in the characters, like look at the detail in the clothing, you know what I mean? For early PS2, this is pretty good, and the animations are nice and smooth, and it looks good, it sounds good. It's just, let's hope this game actually gets going. Build. I'm sorry I made fun of you. Do not forgive. I don't forgive. Thanks, Build. Thank you. This fellow's really cute. I've cured his heart. I know, right? Scratching his ass. That looks like he healed Build's heart. Bravo. He shouldn't be picked on anymore. Alright, keep on helping those with pain in their hearts. Yes, it looks like we're gonna have to do all of them. I'll get going. Those at least 3. I don't know if I found all 3. I'm trying to think of other characters. I mean, if I do these 3 and it's not enough, and then we'll do more. But I won't be doing that tonight. So let's make a save here. I mean, this so far it's not really much of an RPG. At least, I mean, it will be considering we did some RPG stuff. But like right now it feels like we're definitely playing an adventure game, which I mean it's fine. It's just it's weird. It's like they took an adventure game, they took an RPG, and like, all right, like I don't know if it's gonna be like the first half is adventure and the second half is RPG, or if they're gonna like intermix it again, where we have this big chunk of adventure stuff, then we're gonna have a whole like a big chunk of RPG stuff, then we're gonna have another chunk of adventure stuff. Like, I doubt they're just gonna have this possession thing be right at the beginning of the game and then never use it again, right? But, I mean, we need to fight at some point, so we have to get back to our body, which means we're either gonna have to somehow leave our body again if they're gonna do some more possession stuff, or that's it for possession stuff after this town. Like, who knows? But, I mean, overall, it's obviously fetch questy. I mean, it's not necessarily fetch questy, it's more like talk to the right NPC to progress the story. That's what it seems like for the adventure part. It's kind of annoying, to be honest, but yeah, whatever. Alright, so yeah, so let's stop the timer there. And yeah, I'll call it there for tonight. I forget how big the stream was. I mean, we had that crash, but it's been like a 12-hour stream at least. I'll be back on tomorrow and we'll play some more of this game. We'll try to finish off these 2 quests. Hopefully at that point we'll move on and be able to do some more combat. Eventually do some more combat. But we shall go from there. The first game I played with... No, I've been playing most of my games in specific categories for quite a while now, actually. Except the rare time I stick it in the retro category, but most of the time I put it under the games category. Not that anybody has Tsugunai Atonement as their, in their favorites list. It's like, oh my god. Like stuff like Golden Sun, obviously we had a lot of people coming in that probably follow the category. I'm pretty sure nobody has Tsugunai Atonement as a Twitch category favorited. Alright, who's online we can host up before we head out for the night? I got Mr. JRPG on, playing some Shining Force 2. Not sure if he's getting pretty late, so he might be heading off soon too, but close enough and we can go from there. So in the meantime, thanks everybody for watching. Hope you enjoyed some Tsugunai Atonement and the end of Golden Sun. And I'll catch y'all tomorrow for more of this. Have a great night, guys. I'll see y'all next time. Bye for now.